Good morning and welcome to the House Executive Departments and Administration Committee. Today is March 18th. I would like to ask Representative DeRoy to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to open the public hearing on Senate Bill 401, and I would like to call the prime sponsor, Senator Gray.
Thank you. My name is James Gray. I am Senator representing District 6, which goes up Route 11 from Rochester all the way to Alton, Gilmanton, and Stratford. Health and Human Services always tries to help me out by making these long speeches. I read them and then I make my own, okay? This bill is clean up in aisle 3. I told them I was going to say that. Unintended consequences a lot of times creep into the things that we're doing. There's an unintended report for the welfare people to submit. There's an unintended report that we don't need anymore, okay? They'll explain it all to you. But remember, it's clean up on aisle 3. Questions?
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there any questions from the committee? I appreciate you helping us clean everything up. It needs to be done. So
Amen.
Thank you very much, Senator Gray. Next, I'd like to call Attorney Francesca Hennessy and Attorney Rob Berry from the Department of Health and Human Services. It's good to see my old departments back here.
Share this?
You can have the 2 chairs up there. If you want, you can share the blue chair, but I think it's more comfortable to have 2 separate ones.
Are you calling me fat?
Yes, thank you.
I was just trying to make us both comfortable.
Yes. And just make sure that the red light is on and make sure it's close enough so we can hear you, because we want to make sure everyone here and then also on the video stream can hear you. And if you
Good
can introduce
morning.
yourself. Thank you.
My name is Francesca Hennessy. I'm the Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Administrator at the Department of Health and Human Services.
Good morning. My name is Rob Berry. I'm the General Counsel to the Division of Medicaid at the Department of Health and Human Services.
So there formerly was a requirement under RSA 165:20C that the department reimburse municipalities for support that they were giving to their citizens, and the DHHS would repay them up to $100,000. That law was repealed. So that law was repealed years ago, and right now we are asking to repeal the corresponding reporting requirement. So in another law, there was a reporting requirement that said, now DHHS, you need to provide a report of all the money spent. So because we are no longer doing the reimbursement, we don't believe the report is any longer necessary.
And the second part of the bill is last year, HB 118 repealed the Commission on Demographic Trends established in RSA 12-055A. However, it did not repeal the related reporting requirements in other parts of statute. So this past summer, the department prepared a report, and then they realized they had nowhere to send it to because the commission had been repealed. So this would just repeal the reporting requirement essentially. So that's it.
Thank you. That sounds relatively straightforward to me. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for explaining it so thoroughly. Is there anybody else to speak on Senate Bill 401? Seeing none, we can close the hearing on Senate Bill 401 and open an executive session. Yes. Perfect. And opening the executive session, I'd like to recognize Representative Darji for a motion.
Thank you. I move on to pass
Thank you.
on SB 401.
And is there a second? Seconded by Representative Schmidt. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. This bill removes the obsolete reporting requirement for municipal public welfare officials and the Department of Health and Human Services. Additionally, it eliminates the corresponding 10-year demographic current services cost projections. This bill was the request of the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second, or do you think you said it all?
Senator Gray said it all.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, when he's ready, if the clerk will call the roll on ought to pass on Senate Bill 401. Sorry, and Vice Chairman Slotchi is absent because he's introducing a bill in the Senate. So I can, oh, you're filling that out for him? Thank you.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey,
Aye.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Tebow,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Dargy,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
the chair.
Yes.
Looks like 12-0. It ought to pass.
And the motion of ought to pass passes 12-0. Are there any objections to this going on the consent calendar? Seeing none, this will go on the consent calendar. And thank you very much for the committee report. With that, I'll close the executive session on Senate Bill 401. And we'll wait the 2 minutes before we open our next bill. And I apologize for myself being a little bit late. But we got on time and we finished this bill before it and we're ready to move forward. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. With this, I will open the hearing on Senate Bill 402 and recognize Senator Gray.
Thank you. My name is James Gray. I'm a senator representing District 6, which starts in Rochester, goes up Route 11 to Alton and also Stratford and Gilmanton. This bill, Senate Bill 402 FN, eliminates certain non-compete agreements for physician associates. And with that,
Thank you very much for introducing the bill. We do have a pink card, so I will call David Kuzi to answer some more directed questions from the committee. Thank you so much, Senator. And I'll give him, actually, if you can make a pink card, I can fill one out for him.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dave Cuzzy with Prospect Hill Strategies here in Concord, this morning representing the New Hampshire Society of Physician Associates. As I think many of you know, NISPA, as it's often referred to, represents the over 1,100 PAs here in New Hampshire, plus the PA students at the state's 2 PA schools. That's Mass College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences in Manchester and Franklin Pierce up at their Lebanon campus. Very quickly, this bill is a straightforward bill, and it eliminates, as Senator Gray said in his introduction, the non-compete agreements for physician associates in New Hampshire. These are really just geographic non-competes. It's identical to language passed unanimously by the legislature last year for nurse practitioners. And by eliminating these PAs for these non-competes for PAs, that will put them in line with most, if not all, other providers, including physicians, nurse practitioners, I mentioned, and other providers. As I indicated, these are generally just geographic barriers right now. Removing these barriers, NISPA believes, is a pro-healthcare workforce and a pro-healthcare access for our citizens. It's important to note that this does not in any way change the scope of practice for PAs, and it also does not impact any existing non-competes that PAs may have right now with their employers. This would just be going forward after enactment. Madam Chair, that's all my comments, but of course, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Representative DeRoy?
Can you tell me how long are the restrictions for people who leave that's currently that this won't affect?
They tend to vary, but sometimes they tend to be, and I can get more specific information, but usually it's a year, but they can vary.
Okay, thank you.
There are other questions from the committee? I have a question for you. As far as when we're trying to attract PAs to move here to New Hampshire, is it more of a benefit if they know that if they don't have a good fit at the initial place where they go to work, they're able to find other employment instead of have to hold it out for a certain amount of time?
Yeah, without question. And I think also knowing that they won't have to perhaps look at a longer commute if they're if they've moved here, for example, they won't have to drive a lot further. All those things make it a lot more attractive.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, I noted in your opening remarks that you referred to them by their new name, courtesy of this committee and our colleagues in the legislature. Physician associates, not assistants anymore. But I also noticed you said 1,100 PAs in New Hampshire. It just somewhat astonishes me that we are already looking at that many. Is this a very rapid growth curve as well as the number that you've gotten to?
I wouldn't classify it. Thank you for the question, Representative. I wouldn't classify it as a hockey stick, if you will, but there has been a steady increase over the last, say, 5 to 10 years. I think before we were around 900, now we're up to 1,100. So that's, I think, credit to the work that this committee has done over the last few years, making New Hampshire a more attractive place for PAs to practice at the top of their education, their training, and their experience. And this will just be one more. This bill will be one more notch, if you will, for the state compared to our neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for the testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here to speak on Senate Bill 402? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 402, and I'll open an executive session on Senate Bill 402. I'll recognize Representative Thibault for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 402.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative DeRoy. I'll get you on the next one, Representative Schmidt. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. This bill eliminates non-compete agreements for physician associates going forward with no impact on existing non-competes. Non-competes can make it more difficult to recruit professionals from other regions because they eliminate the opportunity to find a better fitting position. So for that reason, I move ought to pass.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second?
He said it all.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, he can call the roll on ought to pass on Senate Bill 402.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
12-0 ought to pass.
With a vote of 12-0, the motion passes. Is there any objection to this going on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll put this on the consent calendar. Thank you. We'll be back in 3 minutes. And I will open the hearing on Senate Bill 426 and recognize Senator Altschiller. $426. Whatever's best for you. No.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, Chairwoman Lan and honorable committee members. My name is Deborah Altschuler, and I represent Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Exeter, Greenland, Hampton, Hampton Falls, Northampton, Rye, and Stratham. I am a statutory member of the Permissible Fireworks Committee. And at the request of the members of this committee, I have submitted this bill to repeal the committee. And this because this committee has actually fulfilled its statutory obligations. So, huzzah. I would like to say job well done. As per its original charge, the committee has suggested and followed through on changes and reforms to product safety and sales in New Hampshire in collaboration with the legislature. The state fire marshal has the legislative tools that we have subsequently provided after this committee was formed and made recommendations to support and move forward without having to convene this committee any further. So it is actually a pleasure to say, with regards to this committee, our work is done here. The bipartisan Senate Executive Departments Administration Committee recommended this bill ought to pass, and subsequently the Senate did on a voice vote. Respectfully, I ask the committee to recommend Senate Bill 426 ought to pass.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Groda?
Thank you. So the work that's being done, that was being done by the committee, is not a case something that the fire marshal can do because we've adopted federal laws that
We've adopted
Federal
state
standards,
laws and regulations that
Okay.
now give that authority to the fire marshal,
Okay, thank
to
you.
the state fire marshal. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's rare to see a committee that is ending its time, and I appreciate all the hard work that you have done on that. It's great to see this, so thank you. Thanks. Next, I will call up Philip Beeren from the State Fire Marshal's Office, and thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Phil Byron. I am the Deputy State Fire Marshal. We support the repeal of the Permissible Fireworks Committee. The original intent of the committee when it was established in 1999 was to review and approve each device sold in New Hampshire. In 2011, New Hampshire passed legislation to align our permissible fireworks with those federally approved. This essentially eliminated the intent of this committee. We have continued to meet annually, generally for less than 20 minutes, just to meet the requirement by law. Our laws and rules cover fireworks safety and are reviewed and updated as needed through legislative efforts and through the rulemaking process. I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there Representative Sitek?
Did, you said, I'm trying to get the, 2011, was it? What was the date in which the state aligned with the federal?
2011, I don't have the exact date, but it was in
I just-
2011.
I wanted the year. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anybody else here to testify on Senate Bill 426? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 426 and open the executive session. Representative Davis, do you have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion of ought to pass.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Groda. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. This this bill, sorry, this bill disbands the Permissible Fireworks Review Committee and is the request of the members of the committee. The committee was formed in 1999 when the state was approving fireworks devices individually. In 2011, the state adopted federal standards for fireworks devices sold in New Hampshire. The fire marshal has the necessary tools needed to continue with any relevant work without the committee.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second, or has he said it all? Thank you. Is there any further debate or discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, he can call the roll.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey,
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Dargy,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative DeVries.
She's still out.
I'm sorry,
You saw a motion over that way, and that's why you thought she was back.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Representative Long,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
It is 12-0 to pass.
Thank you. The motion ought to pass passes 12-0. Is there any objection to the consent calendar? Seeing none, this will go on consent, and we will close the executive session on Senate Bill 426, and we'll be back in 3 minutes.
Duly noted. Paul.
All right, so this is the one that's probably going to exceed the amount of time it took in the Senate. This is my guess. Well, we have half an hour for it. That we're hearing today. So we will be moving well along. I know that some of the other ones will probably take longer to work through the process on them, but it's important to make sure that we have the time to spend the time that we need to on those that require the time. Additionally, I'm trying to build in a little bit of time with these so that hopefully we can take a break before 11 and end a little bit before lunch with the way that we're scheduling these. If we end up being off, basing this off of the Senate hearing times, then we'll adapt. But my goal is to allow us to break a little bit before 11 and be out a little bit before lunch each day. So that is my intention, how I'm scheduling this. So, and these co-part already got to you. Thank you.
Did you get these over here?
Yeah. Just waiting for the clock to be 12:30, 10:30. Fantastic. You've watched a NASCAR race or two? Thank you. I will open the hearing on Senate Bill 469 and recognize Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Senator Tim Lang. I represent Senate District 2. What you have before you is Senate Bill 469. Senate Bill 469 is part of our new modernization process that I've been working with the Department of Motor Vehicle on. Last year, we did digital IDs, allowing them to be able to, if mobile driver license were, they had money to do it, they would be allowed to do mobile driver's license. So instead of having to carry your card in your wallet, you could carry just your digital ID on your phone, and it'd be a legal presentation of your driver's license. This goes to a different step. This is working with businesses. This is an e-signature bill that will allow the Department of Motor Vehicle to accept an electronic signature in place of a wet signature. Currently, right now, they require a wet signature. So you have to have a piece of paper, you have to sign it, you have to mail it in, mail it back. It goes back and forth, which creates a roadblock for our businesses in the state of New Hampshire. This bill originally came about because I had a conversation with the car company Carvana. As you know, they're an online company that does almost everything exclusively online. And New Hampshire has an impediment because we have this wet signature requirement that would require them, the DMV, to mail them a title form that would then have to get mailed back to DMV, which would then have to get mailed back to Carvana. And it just created a hurdle for them to even do business in our state. And as I opened up this conversation or this topic for conversation, I had a lot more people come out of the woodwork and talk about how this wet signature requirement is an impediment to business. The insurance industry, the tow truck operators, again, dealing with salvage titles and everything else when they want to process a car, again, takes a wet signature, so a back and forth of paperwork. So I went to the agency, spoke with the director. We came up with this language that you have in front of you that will allow the department to be able to accept an e-signature. As some of you remember during COVID, and I hate to use that word because it's like it creates a PSTD for some people, but as we go back to COVID in 2020, we remember we created a lot of processes that were online. We allowed to do things like notary online, right? And this is some of these processes were also scooped up to allow online. In Department of Health and Human Services, they now do allow e-signature, but for some reason we never got around to doing Department of Motor Vehicle and modernize them as well. So this bill just does that. It modernizes the language, allowing for what we all take for routine now. If you buy a house now, you don't even have to go in. Everything you do when you buy a house can be done through e-signature and paperwork over the internet. So I just asked you to help me modernize the state of New Hampshire, make it faster for our business to be able to process paperwork and do things. And that's the whole thing.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Howard, sorry, I see the lights on. Do you have a question or?
No, that's.
Okay, thank you. Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Next, I'll call Kate Horgan from Carvana, or representing Carvana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kate Horgan. I work at the DuPont Group. I'm here on behalf of Carvana this morning. Carvana does support this bill. We work very closely with Senator Lang and the other stakeholders on this bill. Senator Lang covered all the points I was going to cover, so I will save you some time and happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'll call up Jay O'Leary from the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association, or representing them. My apologies.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jay O'Leary from the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. We are a statewide trade association that represents over 500 motor vehicle businesses in all four corners of the state. I do believe that the points that I was going to make were pretty much already discussed, but we certainly are in support of the bill because we do believe that it'll save time and minimize errors on behalf of the dealers. This will open an opportunity for e-title applications, which our dealer management systems will communicate with the DMV and basically recognize an error or omission before it gets submitted. And currently the way the process works is all the paperwork gets printed out, submitted to the DMV. The DMV then has to review the paperwork and look for those errors or omissions. And if those are located, they get sent back. And so it causes this situation where paperwork is manually being transferred back and forth. The dealers then have to call consumers to come back to the dealership to maybe make any corrections and then resubmit to the DMV. This will allow it to be electronically submitted, and the dealer management system will identify those errors or omissions prior to the submittal to the DMV. So it will be able to recognize if it's missing information or if the information's incorrect, it's identified before that electronic signature gets attached. So it's more likely than not that the errors will reduce and the DMV will spend less time having to identify them and less time for the consumers as well. Happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. Do you think that this is also a situation where AI will shortly, if it's not able to do it already, to do what, for example, our drafters do, where when a draft of a bill is completed, they sit down and one reads the text to the other to catch typos and so forth and so on, to eliminate as much as possible at their level the kind of oversight that causes this committee occasionally to have to either suspend the hearing or the vote for until we get a corrected thing, or to say this is just editorial, we can have it corrected by the the bill, what's it called? The revocation, not revocation, after the legislature,
The
the enrollment process. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair. So do you see that that AI could also potentially be doing this process to eliminate the kind of thing that human beings really don't have to do anymore?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. The technology part that you're referring to is beyond my area of expertise, but what I could share with what I do know as it relates to specifically the title application process and what this would look like, the electronic portion of that is it would call specifically for the specific information from the dealer. So in other words, if there's certain boxes of that application that needs to be filled out, that's the information it would be looking for. And that's the area where the omissions are usually made. So in terms of AI, this process, because it's calling for specific information, will already be looking for that. So AI necessarily wouldn't be a tool to be used for this because of the specific information it's requesting, but potentially down the road in other transactions, again, that's beyond my area of expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, this is something like on the check box when you forget to have your state or your zip code or check yes on something. It's just the standard quality control section.
Exactly.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'm sure that'll save a lot of time at the dealership.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I'll call Mark. I don't know if it's Binder or Binder, and Wendy Pulo, representing Copart.
Madam Chair.
Could you please push the button so the red light comes on?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it is Mark Bender, so
Okay.
close enough. So, and Wendy and I are both with Copart. Wendy is actually the general manager for our Candia location, which has been around since 2011. We service the entire state, and you probably never heard of Copart, but what we are is an auto auction that primarily focuses on insurance total loss claims. If you hopefully you've never been in a total loss, but if you have, you might have wondered where the car goes. Well, it comes to us or our competitor, and we auction them for the insurance company. And we ask for support of this bill because the removal of the notary requirements, electronic signature is very important in our industry. Because if you think about it, it's consumer friendly because you have a total loss, but you have to go get something notarized or have to get this signed, but you don't have a car because your car's a total loss. So it's a very big inconvenience, a stressful time, especially for single car families. This is a modern way to sign documents and a secure process. It honestly can decrease the time from for weeks and in some examples to down to one phone call. You could have a total loss and you could talk with your insurance company, agree on the settlement, and sign the documents and get indemnified in all in one phone call. Now that's no way it's possible. It just takes too long to send documents back and forth. We think this is a reasonable request, and it's actually in 41 states. Our 41st state is actually getting signed today by a governor. So this is something that's moving throughout the country because there's a big need for it. And I'll be brief because a lot of the points have already been stated. So, but Wendy and I are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Representative Sytek?
A car is totaled. What do? You take that car?
Yeah, we pick up the vehicle for the insurance company, and it's either at a body shop or a residence or at a record yard, and we store it until all the documents come in, and the title is put in the insurance company's name. So let's just, we'll say Geico for this example. So Wendy's team will get the documents from the insurance company, or we obtain them for the insurance company, and we put the title into the Geico's name, and then we auction it to the highest bidder.
Thank you. And then you said that the 41st state is being signed into law now. So this has been a pretty significant move because I think I saw something written previously that said that there were 15 other states that didn't have this. So this is a nationwide movement.
Yes, it is. And for full disclosure, probably I think it was last I counted, 22 of the states were done administratively. They didn't need a statute requirement. But the other ones, yeah, we're trying to wind them all down. So.
Thank you. This seems like one of those places where it makes sense to me. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Seeing
ma'am.
no other questions from the committee, thank you. And I love your pants. They're gorgeous. You're welcome. Next, I'll call up Jennifer O'Leary from the DMV, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer O'Leary, and I am the Registration Administrator with the Division of Motor Vehicles and also the e-Title Project Manager. As previously stated, we are modernizing our process for title applications, and in order to move this forward, we needed this language to go in. The division is in full support of this language and had the opportunity to work with industry members behind me that have spoken to this bill previously, as well as Senator Lang, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? I do have one for you. It sounds like this probably will require some of the programming and IT part. Is this something where reducing that cost of the manual process is going to be offset by the cost of the program, and then we'll see where we end up, whatever cost savings may be available in the future?
Thank you for your question. We're currently working on implementing our e-title project, and the cost is already associated with that. Changing this is not going to change anything on the IT side of it. We are still going to be able to accept these electronic signature signed documents in a manner that we would an ink signature document through this system. So no major IT changes on that part. So no cost associated with that.
Fantastic. Thank you. Are there any other questions, Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you're the person that Director Marasco indicated would be here today in support of his office and in place of his need to be elsewhere today. But the thing is that I've already dealt, and I'm sure most of us have as well, with situations where the electronic signature is already permitted. And a signature is produced by the computer, but it's not my signature, or if you will, kind of a forging of my signature. It's a completely made-up signature that doesn't resemble my signature at all. Is there any problem with the idea that a signature is being produced that is not the actual signature?
Thank you for your question. There are companies out there that work with this, and their process is to validate you are who you say you are, and you are authorizing a signature on your behalf to appear at the bottom of this document, and you're signing under unsworn falsification. You're attesting that the information in this is true. The audit trail that's going to come along with an electronic signature is going to be greater than you just putting your signature on a piece of paper. So I'll use this example. You want to apply for a duplicate title. There's an application that's on our website currently that you would print up, you would handwrite the information in, and you would sign the bottom. I, as the title examiner, do not know what your actual signature looks like pen on paper. I have no way to say if that truly is your signature or not. That is a signature represented at the bottom of that form. That application has met the threshold, and it has met the ink on paper signature that we currently require, and we move forward. There's huge room for fraud on that. When we move forward into this electronic signature state, a company such as, for this example, DocuSign, has a certain amount of a threshold of documentation that they're going to check. They're going to check your driver's license. They're going to do this via almost like a FaceTime call. There is an audit trail that is going to be able to be attached to that signature. So when I see that a DocuSign signature is attached there, if for any reason there is any hint of fraud, I can actually go back to DocuSign and legally request all of that audit trail to see how you proved that you were who you are, or how someone else tried to prove that they were acting on your behalf. So although this won't represent the signature you put on a piece of paper, this will represent that you are authorizing this document to move forward on your behalf, and you have proven who you are, if that makes sense.
Does that answer the question? Thank you. There are other questions from the committee? Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How does this work when someone passes away and the title needs to be transferred to them?
Thank you for your question. We currently have laws and rules that support what happens to assets when an individual passes away. If there is a surviving spouse, in this case, then the surviving spouse has the legal right to sign their name on behalf of the deceased individual, as long as they're able to prove that they were listed on the death certificate as a surviving spouse. If there is no surviving spouse, then it would have to follow the probate court.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So what you're saying is that DocuSign would have some type of documentation of the death certificate or something with their name on it, showing, right?
Thank you for your question. DocuSign is only going to prove that you are who you say you are when you're signing that. You would have to then provide a copy with that signed document to us, proving why you're signing and the individual who's on the front of the title is not signing.
Last follow up.
It's all electronic though, right? That process would be all electronically?
As these different areas become electronically approved, then yes, you would be able to submit that electronically.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And thank you for letting us ask some good deep questions from you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to testify on Senate Bill 469? Thank you. If you'd like to pass your pink card up. Thank you. And then come up and introduce yourself with the red light on the microphone. And, sorry. And Ralph Cresta? Yes.
That's correct. Thank you for having me. I'm Ralph Cresta. I'm the president of New Hampshire Towing Association. We fully support this bill. It's going to make our lives a lot easier doing paperwork on abandoned vehicles and getting it back sooner than we used to get them back. It's also going to speed up things getting to the people that we have to get to, find out who the owner is so we can contact them to see what they're going to do with their vehicles. We fully support this. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else to testify on Senate Bill 469? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 469. Open the executive session on Senate Bill 469. And Representative Sellers, do you have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I motion to ought to pass on Senate Bill 469.
And is there a second? I'll second it. Thank you. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, Madam Chair. Overall, from the testimonies we've heard, this is now moving us into the 21st century, which I think we're 26 years in already. So I think it's a plus, and we should go forward with this.
Thank you. And I think you said it well. Is there any further discussion? Representative Bailey?
It doesn't seem effectively different than somebody signing with an X 200 years ago with someone to witness they're making the mark.
I would agree. Since we don't have a registered signature or anything like that that can be verified, and I know mine changes day to day as it is, it's not a huge change. Representative Groda?
I also want to recognize the fact that this also is helpful for the public, because in difficult situations, you don't want to be signing things, sending them in the mail, see if it's going to get there, when it's going to get there, getting something back. So this makes it so much easier for everyone, but especially the customer. So I will fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with you, Representative Groda. I went through a minor accident lately, and the idea of trying to streamline something for people when they're going through hassle is, I think, huge and something great we can do for people. Representative Sytek and then Representative Schmidt.
I don't imagine the USPS is in favor of this bill.
Representative Schmidt.
I think that we're all aware of the fact that there are plenty of situations where we are signing for something, and I don't like the idea of putting my actual physical signature on that kind of a thing, because now it's electronically out there. Your actual signature is electronically out there and available for interception and potential misuse. But I'm sure that some of you, maybe all of you, have experienced that you don't have to sign your actual signature on the, and I don't like to sign it electronically because very often you can't get at it and so forth, and what you put down was actually signed by you, but it doesn't look like your signature because it's just a bad set of circumstances. But you can make any mark you could do X, I think, and so I don't sign my name anymore. I put a scrawl that I can recognize as having something that I did, but it ain't my signature anymore.
Thank you. Yes, it's good that we can all just make our mark. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on ought to pass on Senate Bill 469.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
12-0.
The motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 469 passes 12-0. Is there any objection to the consent calendar? Seeing none, that'll go on consent, and I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 469. We'll be back here at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Okay. I open the hearing on Senate Bill 427 and recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am still Senator Tim Lang, and I'm still from Senate District 2. And I'm happy to present Senate Bill 427 FM. Senate Bill 427 FN has two parts of this bill. Some of you may know we have in the legislature another committee called the Joint Committee on Employee Classifications. Representative Schmidt serves on it. I'm the chair of that committee. It goes back and forth between, and Representative Sitek's on it as well. This committee, like many of our joint committees, go back and forth between the House and the Senate as chair. So this term I happen to be chair. During the year, that committee hears agency requests to adjust pay scales on various employees. None of these pay scales will have a budgetary impact when they come before us. It's usually a case of it's either a vacant position, they want to maybe possibly future advertise. And I'll give you an example. The medical examiner was one of them. The assistant medical examiners, our pay scales were fairly low, and we needed to adjust the pay scales in order to be competitive nationwide to be able to get these people in such a niche position. So throughout the year, we hear requests to adjust pay scales. It has a full-blown process where the agency makes a recommendation to the Department of Administrative Services, who then hires an outside agency to do a position review, and they compare the position to other positions within the agency, similar positions in other agencies, and then similar positions nationwide, and they come up with a pay scale recommendation. We agree with the recommendation to move it up or move it down. As we did most recently, we moved the pay scale down due to the restructuring of a department, and the job functions of that position became lessened, and so therefore we recommended the position move down. Some of these positions are in statute and then require housekeeping measures. So everything but that you see on this one that is everything but the Department of Corrections were ones that were in statute that they came before JALCAR and asked us for, and we made the recommendation. Now we need to adjust the statute to match the recommendation of the JALCAR, I apologize, JCEC. The second half of this bill is the Department of Corrections. As you know, we had, during the budget process, there was a pretty healthy debate around what was going on with the Department of Corrections and the difference between the House and the Senate. I serve on finance in the Senate as well as being the chairman of Ways and Means. The Department of Corrections was handed to me and said, go fix this and work out the difference between the House and the Senate. And as such, I became good friends with the Department of Corrections. But also remember, we went through three commissioners for Department of Corrections. The old commissioner left. They put an interim commissioner in, and then we got another new final commissioner who's great. With the final commissioner, in looking at the structure of the agency, they came to us and asked for a restructuring of the agency at the upper levels, right? To get rid of basically a middle level of management that they don't think they need anymore, and to be able to more streamline their agency. They wanted the structure, like most police departments are structured. You have an operations side and an administration side. They don't do that in the Department of Corrections, and they want to do that and structure like most law enforcement agencies, where they have, here's all the admin people and here's the operational group 2 corrections officers type of people. And so what you see before us is a request from the Department of Corrections on reclassifying some positions for that. That one does have a budgetary impact. It'll save us this year about $50,000 if we approve this and get it through. And then next year, about $500,000 will be saved in expense due to the restructuring and reorganization without duplication of efforts. So I'd ask you to please support this bill. Again, some of it is just housekeeping to deal with what the JCEC did. Some of it is a restructuring of the Department of Corrections at their request.
Thank you very much, Senator. As far as the Department of Corrections restructuring, this plays nicely with the bill that was amended in the Senate that we still have yet to concur on for the restructuring process?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. And if you can get back to me on that, if there are any problems, I would like to know.
No, I put the amendment in on both. It was the same exact amendment, just with a different Senate bill on it. They wanted that one expedited. They wanted that change expedited. We put it in the normal process, so it would come through here, but we also wanted an expedited process.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator. Is there anybody else here to speak to Senate Bill 427? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 427 and open the executive session. Representative Sitek, do you have a motion?
At popular
Oh, could you push the button?
At popular request, but not mine, I will move ought to pass on SB 427.
And seconded by Representative Schmidt. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
The senator has explained it in detail, so no further explanation is necessary.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
I will say that as one of the members of the JCEC, that Representative Sitek and I are the senior members, but this is a ministerial committee, and it's good to have Senator Lang speak to this issue again, because this committee, ED&A, has a ministerial function here. The JCEC is actually the executive committee on a number of issues, and we then send it, and it comes to ED&A, and our function is to put the bill into statute. The JCEC has already done the executive decision to do with this yes or no, or with this change or not. And this committee's job is to put it into statute. It then goes on subsequently, if adopted here, goes on to finance in order to be put in the budget. So this is the path of action in the New Hampshire House and New Hampshire Legislature, and it's a joint committee in both instances. So it's important for this committee to understand our role as well. And I appreciate Senator Lang speaking very articulately about the function of this committee. My question might be whether we have more than just the ministerial function here of you, but I'm happy to second it because it is a request of the JCEC.
Well, thank you very much. I would note that any of these changes during a budget year probably would be going into the budget, but this is being done outside of a budget year, but it doesn't have an additional cost. In fact, it has that savings. So it's nice to be able to do this and take care of this and make sure that the government is functioning smoothly. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, when ready, if the clerk will call a roll on ought to pass on Senate Bill 427.
On ought to pass SB 427, Representative Slattery.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Rhoda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
13-0 ought to pass.
The motion of ought to pass passes 13-0. Are there any objections to this going on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll put that on the consent calendar and hope we can get, if we can get the committee report from you today, Representative Sitek, we should be able to get this on next week's calendar. With that, I'll close the hearing, the executive session on Senate Bill 427. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, I'd scheduled us for tomorrow, but Senator McGough had told me that they were scheduled for Senate session. So I didn't want to be pulling the senators out of session. Ended up that was not the case. And he was surprised by not having session either. But I think that with all the work we put in last week, it's good to be able to take a breath and take some time tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. I'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 428. I will change the card and recognize Senator Gray to introduce the bill.
Thank you. I will introduce Senate Bill 428 relative to the maximum amount of terms an individual can serve on electrician's board.
Thank you very much, Senator. Next, I'll call Steve Rancourt up to speak on the bill.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm a licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire, and I'm representing the Electrical Contractors Business Association, the ECBA. And just to add to the Senator's comments, they also have a four-way switch that only works from 3 spots. We don't know why. It's a mystery. So we're here in support of this bill because we have tough to find people to serve on boards these days. I'm sure you understand that. And as I've been noticed that as we get older, some of the people, as we get further on in our careers and positions, have a little bit more time to donate. So it just allows people who have that time now to donate their time to the board and serve the state. So it seems pretty simple bills, pretty straightforward, and we'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Currently, are all the board positions filled, or are there any vacancies?
There's one vacancy right now that's been for quite a few months we're trying to fill. And there are people that would do that if this passed. So.
Oh, fantastic. So there are people who would be willing to step up for a third term.
Absolutely, yes. So.
Fantastic. Thank you, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Long time no see, Steve, so good to have you back. What will be the net gain in the number of years, or the net increase? Not to use the word gain, it has several connotations. What will be the net increase in the number of years that a person could serve on the electrician's board? What's the maximum now, and what will the net number of years be if this bill is approved?
So right now it's 2 terms. The terms are 5 years apiece. This is just increasing it by 1 term. And most of the people aren't necessarily serving those consecutively, 3 terms in a row. Some of these people have served 5-10 years ago and did a couple of terms. So it would just be increasing it 1 additional term. And there's a clause in there that adds 1 additional year for holdover, just to try to help with the transition. Because at one point we had 3 board members back some years ago missing because of it. And so it gives them that time to get that holdover spot filled. But it's just increasing 1 term of 5 years.
Thank you. Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have heard of, I'm not saying it's the case with your board, but I have heard of situations where there are complaints that the board is too, married to the current number of the current people that they have, and that they are sitting on the process in a way that's disadvantageous to the, not only the new blood concept, but also not having it be in the control of a group of people who benefit from their presence on the board. So is that a situation you can enlighten us on with regard to generally, possibly even with whether you are aware of any complaints that your board is too stultified, I think is the word.
Yes, Representative, I'd be glad to. I would, to be honest with you, with any board, you can have that issue where somebody is set in place and they don't get moved. But one of the things I would say is for checks and balances is it has to be approved by the governor. They have to be nominated. There's a process where if people are having issues with it, they can, go to the nomination and executive board and let them know they're having concerns. So I think there's a process to deal with that. If somebody was causing that much trouble, at least in our profession, we've stood up towards it as well. I would hope that happens. I think most of these that we submitted are people who have been on the board before. Obviously, that's why the additional term, and some years ago, and not necessarily had any issues. So to say it would never happen, it's possible, but I mean, we're not doing it to every board. I think we happen to be one of the boards that are the most active. We've always had our positions filled and been active with the OPLC and everything else. So this is just another step on our half to try to make sure that it continues on.
Thank you. And just looking at the text of this, it looks like it's a pretty as balanced of a board as we can make in the legislature with 3 master electricians, 1 journeyman electrician, and 2 public members.
Right, and the public members are huge, and we actually make sure they can't have a quorum without the public member because it's made a huge difference in a lot of decision making and stuff to get that input. So I think it is balanced, and we try to keep it that way. So
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anybody else here to speak on Senate Bill 428? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 428, open the executive session, and I will recognize myself for a motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 428. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative DeRoy. I believe that this is a pretty clear-cut case where it makes sense to allow those who want to serve 1 more term and that carryover time. As the legislature, if we see a problem in the future, we can deal with it then, but I'd rather make sure that people who are willing and ready to serve are able to do so. Would you like to speak to your second?
You said it all.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, when he's ready, the clerk will call the roll.
On ought to pass on SB 428, Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
13-0.
The motion passes 13-0. Is there any objection to the consent calendar? Seeing none, it'll go on consent, and I'll make sure to get myself the report immediately. Thank you. I will close the executive session on Senate Bill 428, and we'll be back in 3 minutes for the next bill.
Or is he an interloper?
Oh, sorry. Oh, we need somebody to move this. Oh, sorry, 451, you're moving this one. Sorry. I missed that on my notes. I apologize.
I did it myself a couple of months ago or weeks ago.
I went
when
through
you
last
weren't
night
here
and
that day.
went through my list, was went through my
Because it
reports
is
and all of that.
important to replace it since it's being recorded and
Perfect.
people tuning in, they don't know the system.
Exactly. All right.
It's very useful to have that
And
thing so that people watching online can see
well,
what
and,
Bill will do.
and so I can fast forward to the right spot. Thank you. It being 11:20, I will open the hearing on Senate Bill 451 and call up Senator Gray. think we did a good job choosing your bills for today, Senator.
They could have been closer together, but I won't complain. My name is James Gray. I am Senator representing Senate District 6, which goes up Route 11 from Rochester to Alton, has Gilmanton and Stratford. You enjoyed the title of the last one so much, so I made a title up for this one. This one is Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. Okay? You have the Deputy Secretary of State and you have the Senior Deputy of Secretary of State. Who's the high guy? All right. This has caused confusion in the Secretary's office. He came to me and he says, well, let's call it something different. He and I fought over what it was. I didn't really like special, but again, you've got the bill in front of you. That's what the Secretary wants. And certainly I fully support taking away that confusion.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Groda?
Can you go through those two positions again? One's called a special deputy and the other one's called a special deputy?
The full-time position is the Deputy Secretary of State. That is the person who works for him. The other one is a part-time position and is currently called the Senior Deputy, but it is somebody assigned to special projects, works no more than X number of hours in a year, but it is causing confusion in his office. So he wants, since they are assigned those special projects, that's the reason he chose that.
Thank you. Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many, currently, how many senior deputy secretaries are there?
Right now, I don't think there's any, but there's a position for one.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So there could be multiple, or is there always just
As far as I know, I've only known that they've had one at a time.
Thank you.
I believe that the statute is written such that there is a limited number of hours. Without reading the statute again, I couldn't tell you whether he could split those hours, but it's a very limited number. So, some of the, I think the last one was a representative who had retired.
Patty Lovejoy, I believe.
Ms. Lovejoy, yeah.
She was in that position.
Thank you. Follow up?
So the reason I'm bringing this up, I'm just trying to get some clarity because we crossed out the word him, which I get that, but we're saying them. So it seems like there's multiple people that's in this position. So I'm trying to.
If the committee would like to change that, put he, she, or whatever, I guess when I sent it to LBA, they put in the word they wanted. So.
Thank you. Actually, it's strange when you look at the statutory construction. Basically, in all cases, him means her and her means him within the way that it's constructed. But there's been a large undertaking to change the way that it's done in the statutes. So, yes. So, and you're right that it does say that the Secretary of State may appoint a now special instead of senior deputy Secretary of State. Those should serve not more than 90 days in any one fiscal year. But this may be one of those cases where using a plural pronoun may actually introduce a lot more confusion as to what the actual expectation is here too. So if it makes sense to take a look, we could do that. Maybe over lunch so that we can do something and take a look. But thank you. Is there any other discussion? Representative Sytek, do you have your microphone on for calling a roll more than anything? Okay.
Well,
and we're not making a motion quite yet. I think that we have one more hearing out that will start in 6 minutes, so we'll just discuss. I'll discuss with the Republicans on that to see if
Okay,
that
why
is a
don't you discuss
concern or
that?
not.
Because it's not a concern, and I think them is the correct pronoun. If you remember your English grammar, when you're talking about either one, it doesn't necessarily have to be a plural. It could be them, which would be him or her.
I know that I would believe worst case when we come back for lunch, we should be able to take final action on this one way or the other. Thank you. Sorry, Senator. We're having our side discussion. Do you have any objection if we change the way that we use our pronouns?
Let's put it this way. When it comes back, I would not ask for a committee or conference or reject it because of that change.
I appreciate that insight. I absolutely do. Is there anybody else here to testify on House Bill 451? Seeing none, we'll close that hearing. Thank you. And Senator Gray, are you going to be here for the next one? I know that that one was changed in your committee. If not, one of us can introduce Senate Bill 4889, which was the process for the Board of Tax Appeals. So we have another 4 minutes if you wanted to scan that before we start. Thank you. You were asking about 457. That one had initially gone to education, but there really wasn't any reason for it to go to education. It would have been a second committee bill for us, so it just came directly to us. No, we haven't. So that one, you may have heard it on the floor when the speaker vacated it from education policy to ED&A, which is probably when you heard that. And to think some people were worried that I was scheduling today too aggressively. Exactly. If we can predict that, we can predict even more. And with that, with it being 11:30, I will open the public hearing on Senate Bill 489 and invite the very gracious Senator Gray up to introduce this bill as well. And thank you.
Thank you. My name is James Gray. I'm a senator representing Senate District 6, which goes up Route 11 from Rochester to Alton and also includes Gilmanton and Stratford. House Bill 489, Senate Bill 489. Oh, my goodness, I don't want to make that mistake, do I? Alters the appointment process for the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. All right. We made some changes in the law through HB2 and other Certainly, the House voted last year to do away with the board. We put it back because of certain things. Part of that is to do with the way that the people are put onto that board and the documents. There is a contract that these people sign, and you're obligated to pay them to completion of that contract, even if you do away with their position. So it did not make sense to do away with them all, okay? And so we changed that. We kind of combined the Board of Tax and Land Appeals and the Housing Appeals Board together, and we did a few other things. But in that language, the appointment of these people was in question, and that's why I believe we got this request for this. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer. But this, again, this is cleanup on aisle 6, I guess, to make sure that we have the proper appointment process in there.
Thank you very much. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Senator, I believe you misspoke when you said that the House voted to do away with the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. Actually, a bill an amendment to do that had been incorporated in the budget, but of course it hadn't been approved, and there was an amendment brought by a certain member to undo that, and that amendment passed the House. So the House actually voted to keep the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. So I just wanted to.
I won't argue with you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Good,
Representative
because I'm
Bailey?
right.
The additional piece that seems to have been added is appointed by.
Correct.
How did one get on this board before?
Well, the language was changed in House Bill 2, and again, I'm doing this from memory because this is Senator Avar's bill, and I was only asked to introduce it 5 minutes ago.
Yes, 5 minutes ago.
So, again, as to the best of my recollection, which apparently a good representative from Dover will tell you is faulty in some cases, and I don't doubt that. But to make sure that the appointments were clear and who was doing it, I believe that in the last bill, we actually took the language about the appointments and said that it would be appointed and serve at the pleasure of the governor, taking out the contract language. But again, you can go back into that statute and look for the prior language prior to the language that we put in last session, and you'll see. But we were informed that the word appointment needed to go back into there, so that's what you've got.
Because without that, it would seem to say shall serve at the pleasure without ever explaining how you got there.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, Senator Gray. Is there anybody else here to speak to Senate Bill 489? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 489. I will open the executive session on Senate Bill 489 and recognize Representative Long.
I move ought to pass.
Thank you. And is there a second? Seconded by Representative Grota. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think this just adds some clarity to the law that is helpful so that everyone understands how these positions are to be appointed.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second, or has he said it all? Thank you. I didn't look into the specific background on exactly where we got here, but this feels like one of those places where somebody asked, please have these members serve at the pleasure of the governor and council, and then it was just removed in the language to have the appointed by. So it seems like a good, solid cleanup to me. So if there's no further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Oh, Representative DeRoy? DeRoy? Okay, sorry. Thank you.
On ought to pass on SB 489, Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Out of the room. Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
12-0 ought to pass.
The motion of ought to pass carries 12-0. Is there any objection to this going on the consent calendar? Seeing none, it will go on consent. Thank you all. It's 11:35. I will see everybody back at 1 o'clock for the rest of our hearings. And I'll have the Republicans here just to speak for a few minutes. So thank you. Thank you. And I assume we'll get a pink card from you in a few moments. Correct. Perfect. Thank you. Oh, okay. We can fill that out for you after you introduce the bill.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
I really brought my expert with me. She's doing all the work. You want to see me do my show? It's at 2:00 in Judiciary.
Fantastic. Thank you. And with that, I will open the hearing on Senate Bill 568, and I will welcome up Senator Gannon to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Representative Land. I am Senator Bill Gannon from District 23, or more commonly known as the Wine District, for those who know that. 563, so I have brought my expert with me, Officer Catabrini. Catabriga. I got it down right finally. And so my simple knowledge of 568 is that Assistant Commissioner Eddie Edwards at the moment has to review personally every background check and all hires. He needs to delegate that task. It's more than one person can do. Takes a great deal of time. And that is my understanding on the surface of the bill. If you'd like to go further.
Yes.
Thank you. And if you could just bring the microphone closer to you so we can hear you better.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chairman, Chair and committee. I'm Lieutenant Mary Catabriga. I work for the New Hampshire State Police. I oversee one of the units I oversee is a criminal records unit. During our audit with the FBI that comes every 3 years, it was noted in our statute that the commissioner needs to receive all the criminal records in order to vet them for employees, which was not necessarily happening in that way, as each department head was looking at their respective employees in order to be hired. So we have added language that we have actually spoke with the law unit with the FBI, because they also have to pass this. Once we pass it, then they pass it in order to say, yes, you can let others. So the way it has been amended for any other Department of Safety employees designated by the commissioners authorized to receive criminal records can view those records. So that's where this stemmed from in order for us to be in compliance with the FBI.
Thank you. And so it sounds like this is what was already sort of standard practice. However, then there was pushback during the audit from the FBI.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I do know that's a challenging, evolving one to make sure that everybody's doing this in agreement in the way that works. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And
Thank you
thank you
so
for
much.
bringing a clear, straightforward bill in order to make sure that what we're doing is what we need to be doing.
Thank you. I hope my 2:00 goes as smooth.
I hope so as well. Thank you. And with that, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 568, and I will open the executive session on Senate Bill 568 and recognize Representative Bailey for a motion. If you can turn on your microphone.
And there's an amendment?
No, there's no amendment to
Because
this.
it mentions an amendment. Okay.
Oh, sorry, the first one up there. So that sheet that I have has what the Senate committee report was, and then
Oh, I
just some
see.
notes
The
on
Senate had an amendment.
that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is a bill to resolve who receives criminal background checks, and that's been a problem for at least another term, inevitably resolved. So I move that we ought to pass the Senate Bill 569.
Thank you. And I forgot to ask for a
568.
second. Is there a
568.
second from Representative Sellers? Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes. Representative Bailey moved out to pass. Yes. Thank you. No, I think that it's pretty straightforward. As you were saying, we've been trying to make sure that we're straightening out the whole process for FBI background checks. And since we need to pass it and they need to make sure that the language works on their side, it's more challenging than perhaps it should be. But I think we're working towards success. Did you have a comment to make, Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam. I was just going to say it keeps the process moving, so which is good.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. Are there any other comments on this bill? Seeing none, I'll have the clerk call the bill ought to pass on Senate Bill 568.
As stated by the chair, Representative Slotching.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
13-0.
With the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 568, passing 13-0, are there any objections to this going on the consent calendar? Seeing none, it'll go on consent, and I'll close the executive session on Senate Bill 568. Now we have a few minutes. I did get an amendment drafted to 451, so I'll open up that executive session on Senate Bill 451. This was to deal with the potential confusion of using them, which by many is considered a plural pronoun. And so since there's concern that saying that the Secretary of State may appoint a special deputy Secretary of State who shall serve not more than 90 days in one fiscal year, there was just concern that using them, using the word they could lead to some confusion that perhaps multiple special deputy secretaries of state could be contracted with at the same time. This is to go with some language that's consistent in other portions of the statute, such as one of the other bills that we approved earlier today, just to go to the more classic him or her, even though him serves to stand for everybody in the statutory construction. So I'll move amendment 1230H on Senate Bill 451. Is there a seconded by Representative Thiebaud? And I think I pretty much already introduced it with that. Representative Thiebaud, did you have anything to say? Okay, thank you. And I know that we probably could workshop if it makes sense to say special deputy or whichever. I just want to remove the potential confusion that this may be intending for multiple positions. So hopefully this attempt is one that'll be acceptable so that we can make sure that we're not potentially confusing the number of special deputies. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, and the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
When adopting amendment 1230H, Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
13-0 on the amendment.
Thank you. And with the amendment passing, I'll recognize Representative Groda for a motion.
I'll move ought to pass with amendment number 1230H.
Thank you, and I'll second that. I'll let
I'll second.
Representative Sellers second that.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak to the bill?
No, as amended, the bill, well, it doesn't need the amendment to just say that because of the confusion in the Secretary of State's office, the title of Senior Deputy Secretary of State is going to be now called the Special Deputy Secretary of State, because there already exists a Deputy Secretary of State. So this just clarifies, and it makes it this is a part-time position for people, for individuals who have been assigned special projects by the Secretary of State.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And assume there's no further discussion, I'll have the clerk call the roll on ought to pass with amendment 1230H on Senate Bill 451.
As stated by the chair, Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
13-0. What to pass with amendment.
13-0, the motion carries. Is there any objection to putting this on the consent calendar? Seeing none, it'll go on the consent calendar. Thank you, and we'll be back in 5 minutes when the next hearing starts at 1:15. All right. We have a good number of cards for this next hearing. I'd like to open the hearing on Senate Bill 569 and invite the prime sponsor, my senator, Senator Birdsell.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, State Senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I'm here as the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 569, which is relative to the qualifications for hearing officers within the Department of Labor. And there are a number of people here to testify on this bill. This bill was brought in to update our hearing officer statute in the Department of Labor because it hasn't been updated since the 1980s. The hearings in Department of Labor have become much more complicated over the years as laws have changed. So it's aligning with RSA. We're trying to align it with RSA 21M3 Roman numeral 8, which states the Attorney General shall appoint hearing officers to be an attorney qualified by education and experience in the conduct of administrative, adjudicative hearings and the application of law of facts, preferably a retired justice or superior of the Supreme Court, fully screened by the Attorney General from the outset of any such appeal for any attorney representing the department. And typically, they just have experience in an adjudicative scenario, such as the Department of Labor. So this bill aligns the qualifications of the other hearing officers that we have in the state so that they align along with them. And this bill is also supported by the defense and the claimants' bar, as you'll see when they testify. So I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Dargy?
Are there any people that are in this position today that are not eligible under this? Will anybody lose their job based on this change of description?
I'm not sure. I think there's a couple here that may be able to answer that, but I think what's happening too is because it's a lower range, a lot of these hearing officers are moving off into, let's say, DES, where the hearing officers is a much higher rank. And so from my understanding, they're losing some of the hearing officers to other departments.
Did you have a follow-up? So I'll ask a follow-up on that. Is it because of the description of the different hearing officers that there's a different pay range in different departments, or is that independent as far as you're not? Well,
I'm not sure. I think I know the Department of Labor is here. They may be able to address that. I'm not sure.
okay, thank you. Are there other questions from the committee? And then I'll ask one for you as well. I know that the education and the legal training for a JD is definitely something that's really important to have. In your opinion, you're looking that that somebody needs to be a member of the bar and have been a practicing attorney, or do you think that there may be other pathways where you have the necessary knowledge in order to do this job?
I think because many of the other hearing officers are attorneys and have had experience in there, I think that they should be.
Okay, thank you. There are any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Next, I'll call up Bob Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bob Scully. I represent New Hampshire Motor Transport Association today. And back in 1993, we started a self-funded workers' comp program, and that's our nexus for this bill here. We have a great relationship working with the Department of Labor, but we have had some issues here with these hearing officers in relationship to claims that get appealed. So what we've run into most recently is a difference between what we suggested or our claims manager suggested. The claim should be on the other side. And the hearings officers have, instead of taking and looking at the merits and rendering a decision, of what we call split the baby. So they've taken a large number, a smaller number, and meet in the middle. And our understanding and how it has worked since the early 1990s is they render a decision based on the information put in front of them. And there's been examples where that has not happened. When it goes through the appeals process and the next level gets to the attorneys, then we have a decision it's made. So we're here supporting this legislation and hoping that this committee will see fit to have attorneys have this role in the department.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you,
very
Madam Chair.
much. Next, I'll call up Paul Forey.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. As you said, my name is Paul Kafori. I'm a defense workers' comp defense attorney. I've been actively practicing at the Department of Labor since the fall of 1997, and a lot has changed. And as to Mr. I think it's Darji's question, over the years, there have been some attorneys that have held the position of hearing officer. When I started, there were none. There was actually one woman who was, and the others were not. So it was primarily a non-attorney position. That has changed somewhat in terms of the hiring of the Department of Labor over the years, but we've gone through many times or many time periods when a large majority of the hearing officers are not attorneys. What's really happened in the last 5 to 10 years, there have been many decisions from the New Hampshire Supreme Court, and there have been also changes in the statute, which has made the law more complicated and I think necessitating the need to have a JD degree, and I think it's in the best interest of both employers and employees that the hearing officers have that legal background. I think it's necessary, and I think it's imperative in terms of going forward for equity for both sides. So I'm here to support the bill really just on my own. I'm not representing a specific group. My work is defense work, so I am up at the Labor Department every week, either representing an insurance company, a self-insured like New Hampshire Motor Transport, as he had indicated, or other municipalities, and I think it's something that's in the best interest of all parties.
Thank you. Representative Sytek? You just turned it off. There you go.
Thank you. You're an employee with what organization?
Well, no, I'm an attorney. I have my own law firm. So when I filled that out, it said, "Who are you here?" So I'm a defense attorney. So when I go to the Labor Department, I'm representing either the insurance company, the employer. But I'm a practicing attorney. I don't represent a specific
Right,
group.
you're speaking for yourself.
I am. I'm speaking for myself. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, I'll call Jared O'Connor.
Good afternoon. Members of the committee, thanks for having me. So yes, my name is Jared O'Connor. I'm an attorney as well, and I represent claimants, injured workers only, and have done so at the Department of Labor on a weekly basis, like Attorney Kafori, for about the last 23 years. So really what I'm here to do is, I'm also in support of this bill, and I think he and I have both shown up in an effort to try to demonstrate this is a bipartisan, both sides of the aisle agree. Paul and I don't agree on much. We go up there and argue at the Labor Department all the time, but we both agree that it's in everybody's interests that the hearings at the Labor Department be conducted in as professional a manner as possible. And not that they're not being conducted professionally now, I don't mean to suggest that, but it's true, as Attorney Kafori mentioned, that the law itself under workers' compensation started off very informally. These cases were adjudicated in the 80s and early 90s. And in the last 10 years in particular, it has become much more complicated through legislative changes like the introduction of presumptions in the law with regard to cancer and firefighters, PTSD and first responders. And the Supreme Court has issued a number of decisions in the last few years that have expanded the jurisdiction of the Labor Department, which now can hear coverage determinations in a way that it didn't before. So all of a sudden, the parties can go up to the Labor Department and ask for interpretation of the workers' compensation policy in a way that they never did until about 3-4 years ago. So contract interpretation is an issue. The Supreme Court has made second injury fund litigation more complex for the defense side. That's not something I deal with routinely, but I'm aware that it's something that happens a lot, and this happened increasingly. So with all of that, I, at least speaking for myself, and I'm not here on behalf of anyone other than myself, but for myself and my clients, it's in our interest to have experienced counsel and someone who is counsel, able to interpret the Supreme Court's decisions, interpret the statute, interpret the policies if need be. And we think that having someone in that position who is a trained attorney rather than a layperson is in everybody's interest.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? I actually have one for you.
Sure.
So you just said that the Supreme Court has expanded the jurisdiction for determinations of coverage. Is
Yeah.
that things like on the firefighter cancer test, if it's not being covered by insurance, whether it needs to be covered, or actually, I'll
It
ask you
could
this
be.
online. Offline, I'll ask you that question. Sorry.
No, it could be. I haven't seen it in that context specifically. What I've seen it in the context of is, well, I won't bore you with the details unless you really want me to, because it was my case.
I'll ask
but-
you afterwards,
Okay.
whatever I can. I'm just trying to understand just how complex this gets, because I think this is bigger than we realize it
Let
is.
me give you I'll give you the nutshell version. I had a client who was employed by a Puerto Rico company that did work in the southeast of the United States, and was injured. He was a traveling employee, sort of a salesman, and was injured here in New Hampshire. Because of that, we filed the workers' compensation claim here in New Hampshire, because you can have jurisdiction where the injury happens or where the employee is living. There's multiple jurisdictions potentially, but we decided New Hampshire would be appropriate. When we did that, what we didn't know was that the employer's policy was written to exclude injuries that occurred outside of the southeast of the United States. And so then there was a question about, is that enforceable? Is there an exception in the policy to extend coverage to New Hampshire? And so it ended up being a 4-year Supreme Court battle that, yeah, that's the kind of thing. And one of the questions that came up in that case was, is the Labor Department the appropriate venue to have that determination made, or do you have to go to Superior Court for a declaratory judgment action? Ultimately, the Supreme Court decided, no, the Department of Labor can hear those kinds of cases. So that's the expansion I was mentioning.
Thank you. That is helpful.
Okay, good.
So, thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee?
Sure.
Sure. Representative Schmidt.
Keep going.
Who won?
I did. I like that question.
So, what was the decision? Because you cited several possible grounds for the insurance to be binding, even though it said only here and not there.
Ultimately, in that, I'm trying to remember now. Ultimately, in that case, after the Supreme Court determined that the Labor Department did have jurisdiction to determine it, it went back down to the Compensation Appeals Board for further review. And then, as I recall, the insurance carrier removed the case to federal court, and they dealt with that issue there. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, and thank you for expounding on that. So
Sure.
we can see what we're looking at.
Okay.
And next I'll call Daniel Albert and John Garrigan, sorry. The letters are a little small for me. Thank you.
My handwriting is bad as well. My apologies. Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Albert. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Labor. I'm here with John Garrigan, who is the department's General Counsel. Thank you for having us here today. The department has reviewed the language of Senate Bill 569. We are neutral on the bill. We understand its stated purpose and intent to be to make some alterations to the workers' compensation statute relative to the qualifications for hearing officers who hear workers' compensation cases. So the department would share a handful of technical concerns that we do have about the practical impact of the proposed language if it were to pass. And the primary one being, we do foresee the possibility of some recruitment challenges being posed by this language. In the first instance, under the existing language, any candidate for hearing officer status to hear workers' compensation cases has to have by statute experience in workers' compensation. This already poses somewhat of a challenge for us because there are a wide range of individuals in the employment or who are seeking employment who do not have such experience. Through this language, there would now be 2 additional qualifications that would be required. A licensed attorney who's in good standing, and that attorney would have to have experience in the conduct of administrative adjudicative hearings. So our concern is with all of those additional requirements in place that it really could pose a recruitment challenge in finding individuals to take the roles. We understand the express need that some changes may be necessary, but that is a concern that we would have. We would note that as it relates to hearing officers themselves, it has been our experience that in the individuals who are holding these roles, we've not necessarily seen a correlation between licensure, a licensed attorney, and the whether or not that person is performing well within the role. We find it to be a multitude of different factors that tends to demonstrate whether or not the person is suited for the position. And as it relates to the current composition of the department's hearing officer pool, we have made concerted efforts to hire individuals who have legal education, legal training over the past 10 some odd years. A number of our hearing officers over that 10-year timeframe have been licensed attorneys, not all of them. Our current composition of hearing officers is 5 full-time individuals, all 5 of which have a law degree from a accredited law school. 4 of them are licensed. So we just thought that was an important factor to note. And our final point would be that if this language were to pass and we do indeed face some recruitment challenges in relation to it, it's not clear to us. We don't believe that this language mandates a change necessarily in the pay scales, but if there are recruitment challenges that by its nature require the department to take a look at how those employees are classified and whether or not there needs to be a change in their salaries. And we don't have a good sense at this juncture about what that could look like or what that cost could be. We were not asked to provide a fiscal note on this bill, so we've not done that specific analysis. And we are more than happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. First Representative Schmidt, then Representative Groda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So was this issue heard in the Senate?
It was.
And were any of the attorneys who have testified on the bill here, were they here so that we don't have to call them back or we can call them back? Because obviously I'm interested in how the Senate resolved the issue when they heard it.
My recollection is that Attorney O'Connor and Attorney Kafori were at the Senate hearing. I'll let them correct me if I was wrong, if I'm misremembering that.
Thank you. Representative Groda and then Representative Sytek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. In the bill as it stands now, individuals need experience in workman's compensation, correct?
Correct. That the existing language in RSA 281A42B is that such individuals shall have experience in workers' compensation. As Attorney Kafori had previously testified, and he was correct, going back a long time ago, hearing officers who performed at the department level, and we do have 2 levels of adjudication at the Department of Labor. There's the department level, and then workers' compensation cases are appealed to the Compensation Appeals Board. There is a separate section of statute under the workers' compensation law that sets the composition of that board, and one of which is an attorney. So the department level hearing officers historically were insurance adjusters because they had experience in workers' compensation through handling insurance matters. That has changed over time. The department has attempted and made concerted efforts to hire individuals who have legal backgrounds as opposed to insurance backgrounds. But finding workers' compensation experience can be a challenge.
Yeah. So, but that's always been the case.
I can only speak during my tenure with the department. I'm not comfortable saying going all the way back beyond my tenure at the department since I don't know. I will say during my tenure with the department, I've been with the department about 12-ish years. Certainly has posed recruitment challenges, at least in the past, that I'm aware of. I didn't start in this role at the department. Past 5 or 6 years, it can be challenging.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sytek.
Would you repeat your deputy what?
I'm the deputy commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Howard, then Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What is the salary for these hearing officers?
Ooh, I don't know that I have the exact figures off the top of my head.
classification coding system recently changed to a new terminology. I'm happy, I would hate to give inaccurate information doing it from memory. I'm more than happy to send that to the committee if that's acceptable to you.
Yeah.
That
Thank
would be
you.
helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to understand the process here, and a hearing officer, are they the ones that would end up going to court and have to fight this at this point? Or
That's
is
an-
that somebody different from the office?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. The hearing officers are not representing one party or the other, nor are they going to court. They are the individuals who, at a first level appeal to the Department of Labor on a workers' compensation case, would be adjudicating or holding the hearing to render a decision about a disputed matter about workers' compensation benefits. Or they also hold hearings approving settlements to settle workers' compensation cases. So the individuals litigating those claims would be the defense counsel and the claimant's counsel who are presenting that case. The hearing officer is adjudicating over it, taking the testimony, taking in relevant evidence, and is then rendering a written determination within 30 days by statute, making an outcome based upon the evidence that has been presented.
Representative Schmidt had one, and then Representative Groda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you may know, the Joint Committee on Employee Classification and Representative Sitek and I are longtime members of the JCEC. So is this an issue that we have been on for about 10 or 11 years. So is this an issue that's ever come before the JCEC, possibly before your time?
It's an excellent question. I genuinely do not know. Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know for sure.
Can we find that out as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Groda?
Thank you. So this bill is being presented because, from what I understand, the appeals there's a large number of appeals because of the complexity of some of the cases now, and that having hearing officers that have these qualifications would reduce that, or would reduce the appeals rate. Is that correct? Is that what your understanding is? And do you know what the current percentage is? And you're saying that it's because of other things. So what are those other things? It's kind of a complicated question. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I may have you break it into components for me. As it relates to the first part of the question, if I understood it correctly, it's our understanding that the bill was proposed in order to address the qualifications of hearing officers because the complexity of the landscape has changed. That's our understanding of it. I would agree that the landscape of workers' compensation law has evolved over time, and there are more complexities to it now. I don't think the department disputes that. I'm not sure I fully understood the second part of the question, so if you don't mind repeating that one for me.
So that because of this complexity, some of the cases have led to appeals, and maybe it misunderstood, but I thought you said the appeals or the results of those cases really didn't have anything to do with the standing of the officer regarding this new standard. And it had to do with other things. And I don't know what those other things could be.
So it may have been that I was not clear in my testimony. If that's the case, I apologize. There's a 2-level appeal process at the department. If an insurance carrier makes a determination on a presented claim, and they have a right to review claims, when an injury is reported, and they determine that the claim is not a compensable one based upon that review, an injured worker will have a right to appeal that determination. Once there is, and so an appeal like that could go to a department level hearing, and then from that process, if either party is aggrieved of the outcome, there's an appeals board above that. Relative to the volume of cases that come at what I'll call the department level, the first level, and the compensation appeals board, the second level, I will say, having looked at those numbers, over the past several years, at least at the department level, it's been pretty roughly consistent with the number of requests, types of cases that are coming forward. I'm happy to get some solid figures if that's a number that you're interested in. As to the factors that I was referencing, the department, has it has been our observation that when hiring a hearing officer, we are not necessarily finding that the quality of the work product that that individual and whether or not they're successful within the role is specifically tied or correlated to being a licensed attorney. There are other factors. It's their aptitude for learning. It's their willingness for learning. It's how they take to the training. It's the engagement that they have with us are all factors that we also find to be indicative of whether or not a hearing officer is going to be successful within their role. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. And as follow-up, all of those characteristics are the sort that is taken care of in the hiring process and not anything that could be legislated, correct?
It's part of the hiring process and part of our training process.
Thank you. I'm not sure if there's any other questions. I have one last one for you. Representative Sellers, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure I understand as well the what was I going to say? No, I lost my thought. But the hearing officer, I'm trying to find out what I was. Let me come back to you. I have to think about it now. I had it like 10 minutes ago.
Thank you. And, and then my one question for you is, it was raised to somebody who spoke earlier about the question is whether this change in statute would lead to anybody who's currently in this role not qualifying for the role. And I guess it's probably a two-part question if they wouldn't qualify, and then if, especially with your experience as the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Labor, if they'd be able to continue in that position or not.
It's an excellent question. There would be, I believe, one who would not pass all three of those requirements. It may be a better question for the Division of Personnel. Okay. It's our general understanding that if it passes, I believe we may not be able to retain that person. But I think that's a question for personnel. That may be a bit outside of outside my knowledge base to say assuredly.
Okay, thank you. Representative Dargy?
Yeah, thank you for, Madam Chair. To follow up on that, would you be open to an amendment to grandfather people that are existing in the position and make it so that all new hires have to have these three qualifications, but existing personnel don't?
Yeah, the department would have no concern with an amendment of that nature.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Slotchie?
And thank you for taking my question. I'm curious if you feel that it would be appropriate for, given the legislation sets the floor at what a candidate must possess in order to be hired for this role, would it be appropriate to instead change that to a preference so that if no candidates emerge that meet this criteria, hire could still be made, but if a candidate who does appear before the hiring committee presents these credentials, that they would have preference?
Thank you for the question. It's an interesting question. I think in order to, perhaps, I think we'd have to see how that language was crafted in order to tell if whether or not it's something we think that would be workable, potentially.
Thank you. Representative Long?
So I'm just curious where this new requirement that they be qualified by education and experience in the conduct of administrative adjudicative hearings. If they already have the requirement to have experience in workers' compensation, I mean, what situations are there where someone with that background would already not be qualified in the conduct of administrative hearings?
Sure, thank you. That's also a very good question. I'll go back to days far a long time ago before when the department primarily had hearing officers who held insurance backgrounds. So they had experience in the realm of workers' compensation by adjusting workers' compensation claims. So that experience, and it's a requirement that also exists for compensation appeals board matters up at the appeals level as well. There has to be experience in the realm of workers' compensation. That can be somewhat broad. It's handling or adjusting claims. It could be because you are a former practitioner, and we have had and do have hearing officers who are former workers' compensation attorneys and practiced at the department and have experience with workers' compensation by handling those types of claims. Individuals who are in HR also have exposure to workers' compensation claims. It can be broad how you can get that exposure. I don't think that I don't think that the language must have experience in workers' compensation necessarily equates to you have had some kind of exposure in the conduct of administrative hearings or proceedings. And there are a lot of different types of administrative bodies that are out there. DHHS has administrative hearings and proceedings. The Department of Education does. The Department of Labor does. The Department of Employment Security does. So this would be an additional, it would be an additional requirement as phrased.
Follow up?
Well, I mean, at least as I read it, someone who has experience, I mean, they're not required to have conducted the administrative hearings themselves. They're required to have experience that qualifies them for the conduct of administrative hearings. So I would at least think that attorneys who are practicing in this area, even if they've never conducted the hearings themselves, would be qualified. And maybe this is, do you think maybe the department is interpreting it differently than the sponsors and other legislators? Because it seems like something that I think someone who is a claims adjuster, for example, at least plausibly could meet that requirement if they have enough experience to understand what happens once it goes to a hearing.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. And I think I don't know that, I guess I'll defer to the sponsor of the bill, whether the department may be interpreting it in a way that it's not intended. We understand that language, experience in the conduct of administrative adjudicative hearings to relate to agency hearings or perhaps court proceedings. I think you could read it that way as well. There are a lot of attorneys who have never practiced at a department before. There are attorneys who don't go to court. I'm an attorney, and until I took a job at the department, which was 6 years in my tenure as a licensed attorney, I had not been to court. Litigating was not something that I was interested in doing. I did other types of advocacy work. So that's how we do interpret that language. I think you could have licensed attorneys who might not have experience in the conduct of administrative adjudicative hearings, unless there's a much broader reading of it then that the department is not seeing. But if so, there may be benefit then to clarifying that language so it is clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Sellers.
Yeah, I remember. Thank you. I'm just trying to find out if this bill, if it goes forward just the way it is, does that help your department or hurt it, or does it totally do anything?
I think it's a good question. The basis of our testimony has been, we understand it, we think we can implement it and regulate it. Our one concern would be, is it going to pose challenges to recruitment when we do have vacant hearing officer positions?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody who's been here for this bill. I think this is a bigger issue than I think we recognize, and it's something that we'll probably want to continue working on as well. And so I'll discuss with you, Senator Birdsall, as we're moving forward. We'll see if we're going to schedule any work sessions on this, and we'll properly notice that. So with that, thank you so much, and I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 569, and I will open the hearing on Senate Bill 572 and recognize Senator Reardon.
Can I ask the chair, are you
Yes.
contemplating a subcommittee, because this has gotten a lot stickier in the course of this hearing?
I think that we're going to take a look at it and see what makes the most sense. I had expected that it was a lot more straightforward than it is. And I think we just want to take a look at it, see if this is a work session or whatever is the best way for us to proceed.
Well, especially since the two attorneys that testified before us spoke in the Senate on this issue in the hearing on the bill. So I'd like to know what they had to say, and that the Senate left it the way it is and so forth.
Thank you. I read the Senate hearing reports on that as well. So we'll move that one forward. I've closed the hearing on that bill, and now I will give the floor to Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the House ED&A Committee. I'm the sponsor of SB 572 relative to New Hampshire hospital real estate. This bill is at the request of the City of Concord and the Department of Administrative Services. If you're familiar, in last year's budget, there was a provision to raise revenue that contemplated the selling of the Anna Philbrick Center that's on the corner of the Hugh Gallen campus. The State Hospital campus sits on the corner of Clinton and Fruit Streets in Concord. And it was proposed to be sold, and the revenue was counted as part of the budget. Despite that being in the budget, at the time, the committee failed to recognize that there is a law on the books at the current time. It's at RSA 4:39-a, which includes a provision that says the main campus of the New Hampshire Hospital shall remain in its entirety the property of the state of New Hampshire. Department of Administrative Services read that as that's not subdividable, and the law would have to actually be changed for it to be subdividable. The city of Concord is interested in that parcel if, in fact, the state of New Hampshire is going to sell it, and they have a right to first refusal under law to do that. So not commenting on what the use of the property is now, what the state may contemplate for a use of that property, whether or not it's going to remain in last year's budget as an item to be sold. In fact, that option is erased if, in fact, this law doesn't pass, that's accepted out and allowed to be sold. I will say that the city of Concord is currently working with the Department of Administrative Services to figure out what that subdivided piece would look like, and the budget contemplated $5 million for that parcel. $5 million worth of land there is a pretty good sized piece, but at no cost to the state. The city of Concord is undertaking that just so the committee will have more information about what that is. So not taking a position on whether it stays in the budget or not. I know there's some work in the House to say maybe we don't want to sell that, but if in fact, if this bill doesn't pass, that option goes away anyways. And I would be happy to take any questions about it.
Thank you, Senator Reardon. It sounds like you're aware of House Bill 1569. If that was widely accepted by the Finance Committee, passed the House on a voice vote, and you wouldn't be opposed to that one becoming law and undoing the sale. This is simply to make it work if we don't make that change.
Correct. If in the end, that's the position of the state, this isn't necessary, but to keep that open, if that option isn't passed by the House and Senate and signed by the governor, this in fact would be a necessary part to selling the parcel.
Okay. Thank you for helping us try and get out of a stalemate. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next I'll call Sam Hawkins from NAMI.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Sam Hawkins. I'm here today representing NAMI New Hampshire. Give a little bit of context about the history and the role of the Anna Philbrick Center, and to ask the committee to continue to support the House position, that is House Bill 1569. I understand, obviously, as the sponsor discussed, there are more factors from a legal perspective if the sale should go forward, but want to take this opportunity to talk about why it's really essential for the state to maintain ownership of the Anna Philbrick Center. So as folks may or may not be aware, originally the Anna Philbrick Center served as an acute psychiatric facility for children for some time prior to a closure that was due to some costly renovations that were deemed too costly to take on. As a result, the children who were being served in the center were then moved to New Hampshire Hospital, as I'm sure you're all aware, is the state psychiatric hospital. These children, however, could only be in single bedrooms, so for the 24 kids, New Hampshire Hospital lost 48 beds. This was in 2010, I believe. Not long after that, in around 2012, emergency department boarding was here in full force in New Hampshire. I don't think we can point at any one single factor for causing ED boarding, but it could be argued that the closure of that program at the Philbrick Center, the resulting loss in beds at New Hampshire Hospital, was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. We've done a lot of great work since then to mitigate emergency department boarding. There have been a lot of initiatives. By far, the most successful yet has been the current Mission Zero initiative, led by New Hampshire DHHS. Showcasing the ongoing success of that initiative, last year there were 8 days when there were 0 adults subject to an involuntary emergency admission waiting in EDs. And for context, between 2017 and 2024, there were 8 days in total where that number was 0. And a big part of how we've gotten to this point is obviously the reestablishment of a children's hospital, Hampstead Hospital, reopening of the Philbrook building as a 16-bed transitional housing program, which is how the role it currently serves has helped us get here. I bring all of this up to talk about obviously the important dignity and rights of the folks who do experience ED boarding, but also to talk about cost as these bills consider the sale of the building. As you may be aware, every day at New Hampshire Hospital, approximately 100 folks are ready for discharge, but they cannot leave the hospital because there's no appropriate place for them to go. However, at this point, since they're clinically cleared for discharge, insurance no longer pays for their stay at the hospital at a cost to the state of about $1,600 a day per person. As 100 people, you can imagine how that number jumps up. I have it extrapolated out a bit in the written testimony here. I won't go through it. But essentially, as this center closes, there is an ongoing cost to the state every day, assuming that the people will not be able to discharge from New Hampshire Hospital because of the loss of the 16 beds. It is true that the program currently at the Philbrook Center has found a new 16-bed home. However, those 16 beds were already part of the state's treatment inventory. So unfortunately, the system will be losing 16 beds, regardless of the sale. However,
Thank you. And if you could wrap that up, I think you've really
I have
expressed
one
it
more
quite
statement.
well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Essentially, we think it's important for the state to maintain this building because it is set up to be a program. Should we have the resources as a state to support another program that could move into the Philbrook Center, it is relatively easy to dismantle a system, but rebuilding it is much more challenging. So for that reason, we do ask the committee to continue with the House position of supporting House Bill 1569. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And thank you for that background, especially for those of us who haven't been around since the start of that story. Is there anybody else here to testify on Senate Bill 572? Seeing none, I will close that hearing and open the hearing for Senate Bill 642 and recognize Senator Prentice to introduce her bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. I think we have our papers straight, and you may introduce your bill.
Thank you very much, Chair Leon and members of House Executive Departments and Administration. It's great to be here today. For the record, my name is Sue Prentice. I'm a state senator from District 5, representing 15 communities, largely of the Upper Valley, a little bit of Sullivan County, and one beautiful community, Merrimack County, the town of New London. This is my first bill that I'm introducing in the House this year, so it's great to have the opportunity to come visit with eDNA first. So I'm introducing Senate Bill 642. This is a cleanup legislative initiative to repeal an obsolete institutional review board specific only to the Department of Health and Human Services. So what this will do is this legislation will repeal RSA 171A:19-A, the Committee for the Protection of Human Subjects Institutional Review Board, and the related rulemaking authority under RSA 171A 19-B. And for just to note that this was originally established back in 2005, having an IRB and it's human subjects, and I know Chair Leon, you're very familiar with this, having an institutional review board or a human subjects protection committee within the department, but they now no longer need this specific to their department. And there are federal rules and regulations that oversee this and actually have changed that are really behind why we need to make this change to the statute to repeal this. It is obsolete. It is no longer necessary just for the Department of Health and Human Services. Any other academic institution, university, or hospital that may be doing any type of research or survey or project that relates to a human subject, a patient, a person in our state, they would still have to go before an IRB, just not at DHHS. So I'm happy to, at this point, conclude my testimony. Actually, before I do that, I'll just let you know we amended it in the Senate to push out the effective date into 2027. That's the only amendment that we made. So I will conclude my testimony, take any questions you may have. Hopefully I can answer them. If I can't, I have Jenny O'Higgins here with me from the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? I did want to ask you, Senator Prentice, as reading through the current law, it said that if there was already another IRB, it wasn't necessary to use a state IRB. But I saw that it was getting pushed out just to allow continuation of work. Is that just more of a catch-all just to ensure that there's nothing that'll be dropped in the process?
Thank you, Chair Leon, for the question. Absolutely, you're correct. So it's not just a matter of like pushing it out for any other reason besides if there is anything that is in progress, we're not going to disrupt that work.
Fantastic. Thank you. And then if we were to find that there was a problem, we'd have a chance to do something before it was gone.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Better
Thank you.
to find an endpoint and figure out where we
And
go
after
from
the
there.
60 days and be like, oh no. Okay.
Exactly. Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
Next, I'll call Jenny O'Higgins to speak, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jenny O'Higgins. I'm the Legislative Liaison for Behavioral Health at DHHS. So Senator Prentice has really covered all of the broad strokes at a high level of our IRB, just to make sure that we're really clear that human subjects are protected and that this is covered. The federal rules that went into effect in 2020 require a single IRB review now and for federally funded studies, and the IRB is selected by the federal department that is overseeing the funding for that research. So that has reduced a lot of the volume at DHHS because they're now going to either commercial or academic IRBs. And so we are continuing to keep running this state IRB, utilizing, we need ongoing training for the membership and staff time and contracting and data retention and all of this that is utilizing state funds when the volume is so low that we don't have enough studies to make this really robust and useful. So just wanted to kind of make sure that you all know that the human subjects and protection will continue, but it's already sort of being diverted elsewhere. So keeping the state version running is duplicative and costly.
Thank you very much. Are
Yes.
there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. I do know that it's just about time to move into the last one, but I was hoping that we can end this and move into an executive session on this bill, and then we'll move forward with the next bill. So I'll close the hearing on House Bill 642, open the executive session on Senate Bill 642, and recognize Representative DeRoy for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to OTP.
Seconded by Representative Grota. Would you like to speak to your motion?
She did such an excellent job, you have to admit, that anybody that's eliminating duplication is what we need. And I think this is a great bill.
Fantastic. Thank you. Would you like to speak to it, or is it covered? It's covered. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll have the clerk call the roll.
On ought to pass on Senate Bill 642, Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
Looks like 12-1.
12-1. Representative Schmidt, do you object to this going on the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay. Are you planning to write a minority report?
No.
Okay, thank you. So this will go on the regular calendar, and we'll get that report in right away. Thank you. And with that, I'll close the executive session on Senate Bill 642. Open the executive session on Senate Bill 641 and recognize Claire Roulard to introduce the bill for the prime sponsor. It's good to see you.
There you go. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Claire Roulard. I am here on behalf of the New Hampshire Senate for the introduction of House Bill 641 FN. I'm not here to speak to the merits of the bill. My testimony is merely for submission of the bill and introduction of the bill to this committee. Others in back of me will speak either whether for or against it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I'll call Representative Janine Nodder to speak in favor of the bill.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Representative Nodder, Hillsborough 12, and I'm here in support of the bill. I wanted to be on record supporting it. I've been a patient of chiropractic for over a quarter of a century. My chiropractor is here. I'm going to leave all the testifying to her, but this bill does eliminate duplicity, so please give it a good listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eliminate what?
Duplicity.
Duplicity?
Duplication anyway.
Yeah, duplication.
Well, that ain't duplicity. we have to have clarification. Does she mean duplicity?
You meant that it removes things that are already covered? Yes. Duplicative. I'm a math person, not a word person. Thank you,
Well,
Representative Schmidt.
I am a word person, and the
Thank you. That's
difference
enough.
between duplicity.
Sorry, that's enough. I'll call Dr. Bruck up to speak, please. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. So Lisa Bazzani. And so you'll push the button so the red light is on, then introduce yourself and make sure it's close enough that we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Representative Layton and committee members. My name is Dr. Lisa Lanzera Bazzani. I'm a licensed second-generation chiropractor here in New Hampshire in our beautiful state for over 30 years, in both serving Nashua and Manchester. I've lived in New Hampshire essentially all of my life, and I'm honored to appear before you today. I have served both my profession and the public as past president of the New Hampshire State Chiropractic Society and as a member of the New Hampshire State Board of Chiropractic Examiners for 10 years, including my service as chair. I currently serve as chair of the Board of Trustees of Sherman College of Chiropractic in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Today we're doing a little bit of housekeeping part 2 here. I fully support maintaining high standards of clinical competency, ensuring practitioner competence and public protection, while ensuring that licensure requirements remain lawful, fair, and evidence-based. With respect to current higher education and professional standards nationwide, there is a clear redundancy in requiring national boards part 4. Even though it says national, please be aware that they are not part of the U.S. government. The clinical competencies evaluated in Part 4 are already comprehensively addressed through rigorous education and assessment with the Council on Chiropractic Education, which is known as the CCE, Accredited Chiropractic Colleges. The CCE is formally recognized by the United States Department of Education as the accrediting authority for chiropractic education and the standards they must uphold. CCE accredited programs require direct observation of patient care during supervised clinical internships, performance-based assessments integrated into institutional competency exams, and written and oral evaluations of clinical reasoning, diagnosis, and procedural skills. Requiring both institutional certification of clinical competency and an additional third-party practical exam is duplicative and imposes an unnecessary burden on graduates without demonstrating an added public safety benefit. No other healthcare licensure statute in New Hampshire has an external hands-on requires an external hands-on practical examination after clinical competency has been verified by the degree granting institution. This includes physicians, osteopathic physicians, nurses, physical therapists, occupational therapists, and respiratory therapists as well. Physicians are licensed based on graduation from an accredited medical school and passage of written national board exams. Osteopathic physicians permanently discontinued their external practice exam in 2021. Nurses and other allied professionals are licensed through computer-based written exams without separate practical testing requirements. Additionally, beginning in April, which is next month, the National Board of Chiropractic Examiners will require Part 4 to be administered exclusively at a central localized location in Greeley, Colorado. This changes a great significant logistical, financial, and accessibility barrier for candidates, including those with the fear of flying, and raises concerns regarding fairness and equitable access to licensure. We have met with the office, the OPLC, the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, which expressed no objections to this bill. The purpose of any licensure exam is to ensure that a candidate possesses the knowledge, judgment, and skills necessary to practice safely and effectively. That objective can be met without codifying or mandating the use of a specific private corporation's exam product. Under this proposal, candidates for licensure in New Hampshire would continue to be required to pass the National Board of Chiropractic Exams, Parts 1, 2, and 3, as well as the New Hampshire State Board of Chiropractic's Ethics and Jurisprudence examination. This proposed change maintains high professional standards while embracing regulatory independence, educational alignment, and applicant equity. We urge swift adoption of this revision to protect the public interest and restore balance and fairness to the chiropractic licensure process. Modernizing RSA 316A17 through Senate Bill 641 provides New Hampshire with the opportunity to lead the nation in restoring public oversight of professional licensure by removing proprietary and monopolistic testing mandates from statute. I thank you so much for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? That was a very, very thorough introduction.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All set?
I think you covered it very,
Okay,
very
wonderfully.
well.
Thank you so much.
Next, I'll call Dr. Jenny Bruck. And push the button so it's red. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for letting Dr. Lisa go first. That was helpful. Chairwoman Leon and members of the committee, thank you for your opportunity to testify. My name is Dr. Jenny Bruck. I'm the president of the New Hampshire State Chiropractic Society, which is the largest chiropractic organization in the state. I got licensed in New Hampshire in 1996. I've 30 years as a chiropractor, 29 years. I've had a successful practice in Amherst, New Hampshire. I came into the state prior to there being a national Part 4 board, and I've had a wonderful practice my whole career. And I'm here in support of SB 641. To reiterate, this bill removes the Part 4 examination requirement for chiropractic licensure in New Hampshire, while obviously keeping other safeguards in place. So there's still the NBCE Parts 1, 2, 3. There has to be graduation from an accredited chiropractic college. There's clinical exit exams and New Hampshire's jurisprudence exam. And the current Part 4, it's privately administered, so they want to make it an out-of-state test. So far, they had been coming to all the chiropractic colleges, so it made it very convenient for students. So the exam fee alone is over $1,500, but you also have to go to Colorado now, which, the student just graduating has to cover airfare, lodging, and then time away from work. And so the true cost is very high. And as an example, in the recent years, I had a wonderful chiropractic intern who at graduation was 8 months pregnant. And she submitted testimony that basically said, if that had been the case, she wasn't able to fly. She couldn't have driven from New Hampshire to Colorado. She would have had to really delay licensure, and it would have been a hindrance. And, they'll say, the NBC says, well, we have a shuttle from the airport, we have some discounted rates, but they don't cover travel costs. So students are still responsible for their flights, their hotels, any missed work. And I really think that's a really meaningful financial and logistical barrier for these new graduates. It's also important to note that the exam itself doesn't actually require students to perform adjustments. So some of the tests requires a setup, so you kind of act as if you would adjust, but doesn't actually include the adjustment. And so in contrast, these clinical exit exams that they all have to get through to graduate in their college requires a minimum of 200 supervised patient adjustments for graduation. So, and they don't all pass. So to be able to exit clinic successfully takes a lot of work. Chiropractic colleges are accredited and they're held accountable for their clinical competency through these national accreditation standards. So in comparison, the Part 4 exam is administered by a private organization without any type of direct governmental oversight. And that further supports the need to rely on established, accredited educational and state-based licensure standards. So in my opinion, SB 641 maintains public safety and standards while removing this redundant barrier so many young chiropractors can still enter our state. And we want to increase the workforce. We want growth and access to care in our state. So I respectfully ask you to support SB 641. Thank you. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions, Representative Sytek?
Yes.
Are other states abandoning this Part 4?
Other states are working towards doing this. What's interesting is we were one of the few states that got a bill written just in time. So there's a lot of states that missed that opportunity, so it'll be coming down the pike. But we would be technically the first in the nation if we were to do this, but other states will be following.
Follow up.
In any case, New Hampshire still requires 200 adjustments before you're licensed.
Correct. They require a graduation from an accredited college. In order to graduate, they have to complete a clinical exit exam, which requires the 200 adjustments. Yes.
So the institution, the college that they're learning also administers the test.
It's different tests. Yeah, there's exit exams that are comparable. Yes.
The 200 adjustments.
Yes.
Thank you. Other questions?
And you
And last
said,
follow-up.
I'm sorry, thank you.
You're
You said not all pass.
Correct.
Because it seems like there might be a little conflict of interest involved.
It's interesting. That's been asked a lot, and Lisa might have the exact numbers. I think Dr. Schussler as well might. But just from the top of my head, I'd have to confirm this. I think it's around 87% will pass the clinic exam, and there's around a 90% pass rate for the Part 4. So they're not weeding out many people. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And then as a follow-up to that, do you know if the Part 4 is only after somebody's passed the clinic pass, or can they be done in different orders so that may be the same
It's
10 to
after.
13 after? Okay.
Mm-hmm. You have to have passed Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3 as well, which we want to keep that in place. So there's still 3 levels of national exam that's outside of the college that they have to pass.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions from Representative Sytek?
Who administers 1, 2, 3? Do they have to go to Colorado for that?
Not at this time. That's administered at the colleges, and the majority of the questions are actually written by the instructors at the colleges.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't see any further questions from the committee. Thank you
so
for
much.
the information.
Where can I put my written testimony?
Oh, if you can pass that up. Actually, if you want to bring that just right to the clerk here, we can do that. Right here. Representative Sytek. Thank you. Next, I'll call Dr. Schussler, and then I'll call Stephanie Ryan. Hi. Yes.
Awesome.
Red means
Thanks so
go
much.
in this
Red
room.
means go. Perfect. All right. So thanks for having me, Chairwoman Leon, and the committee.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. I'm Dr. John Schussler. I'm a chiropractor in Bedford, New Hampshire. I am here to testify on both behalf of New Hampshire State Chiropractic Society as well as a new graduate, a recent graduate. So I graduated in September of 23. Again, with redundancies, I'm not going to go ahead and restate everything that Dr. Lisa and Dr. Jenny stated already. But essentially, this national board exam is redundant. We take an exam really comparable to it in what's called an exit exam. So I graduated from Sherman College of Chiropractic, and it's very comparable to what the exit to what Part 4 National Board Exam is. The pass rate, according to NBC's own website, the pass rate of Part 4 National Board Exam is 90%. So that also includes the older docs that have been practicing in a certain state that didn't previously have to take this exam to practice in their state, but now it's required. So now, after not looking at a textbook for 20, 30, 40 years, whatever it may be, now are going back, having to take this test to be able to go and practice, in New Hampshire or California or whatever it may be. That 10% fail rate essentially includes that population as well. So, yeah. But that being said, thank you so much for your time. I'm here in support of SB 641, obviously.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for that information. If you've been out of the classroom for a while, it's hard to always pass the test.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Next, I'll call Stephanie Ryan, please. If you push the button so it's red. Thank
Red
you.
means go. Hi, I'm Dr. Stephanie Ryan. I'm a chiropractor. I was licensed in New Hampshire in 2000. I also serve on the State Board of Chiropractic Examiners, but I am here representing myself. I have also served as a representative to this National Board of Chiropractic Examiners on behalf of our state board, and I have written questions for Part 4 in a test writing committee in Colorado. I've actually been to the facility that now every student has to travel to. And I've also graded Part 4 in Iowa as a grader. So I've seen the inside workings of this private corporation. And I've attended their annual meetings. I have signed confidentiality agreements with them in participating, and I have been paid for some of my participation, but I come to you in support of SB 641 as myself as a New Hampshire chiropractor, and wanted to present myself for any questions I might be able to help if you have them. One thing I would like to clear up with Dr. Schisler's testimony of, as we're talking about 90% of people pass Part 4, and that's on the NBCE website, that's their first attempt. 90% will pass on their first attempt. So then you go back and you spend $1,500 again and you try it again. And if you don't pass, you try it a third time. And I think you get where I'm going with this. If you're going to be a chiropractor anywhere in the United States, you've got to pass this Part 4, and you just keep trying until you pass it.
Thank you. I guess one question for you. I don't know if this is something that you can answer, but if states start pushing back on the Part 4, which requires travel to Colorado, do you think that would make it less likely that the Part 1 through 3 would also then require travel? And if you don't have an answer, you can say you don't have an answer.
I'm going to speculate that no, because it is a written computerized test. Well, back when I did it, I think we filled in bubbles, right? But I think it's on computers now. So there's no logical reason why they would be able to require students to travel to Colorado. The reasoning behind it is that it's become expensive for them to administer this in-person exam at the different chiropractic colleges around the country. So rather than have this big staff and these big trained patients, they're going to consolidate into Colorado, and they'll have more opportunities for test taking. Like you could go 360 days a year to take tests in Colorado rather than administer it a couple times a year at all the college campuses. If that makes sense.
That does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Representative Sitek?
Is there any discount for times 2, 3, 4?
No discounts.
Same $1,500 huh? Nice.
Luckily, I passed my first try.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. That was
you.
very helpful. Is there anybody else who's here to speak on Senate Bill 641? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 641 and
Higgins, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Sherman College, in case you wanted to look through the clinical entrance and proficiency examination. For Sherman College, I'm Chairman of the Board of Trustees, and the two-year average pass rate for Part 4 is 94%, and compared to the national pass rate of 89.3%.
Okay, fantastic. We'll put that into the reports, and then should we go? Okay, fantastic. So I'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 641, and I'll open the executive session on Senate Bill 641 and recognize Representative Grota for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move auto pass on Senate Bill 641.
And I'll second that.
And I believe that this bill addresses a duplication effort in the testing for chiropractic for a degree in or a license to practice chiropractic medicine in New Hampshire. It's not something that we would necessarily want to have our applicants complete because there are other tests that do that, and in our efforts to remove unnecessary hurdles from licensing, this is a bill that does that.
Thank you. And as the second, I'd say it sounds like our chiropractic colleges are doing a great job getting people trained, and it's nice not to have people to fly out to Colorado for their testing. So with that, is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on ought to pass on Senate Bill 641.
As stated by the chair. Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
13-0. Ought to pass.
The motion passes 13-0. Is there any objection to the consent calendar? Seeing none, it will go on the consent calendar. I thank you all for your time and hard work today. We were able to vote actually positively on all of 11 of our 13 bills, which means that 1/3 of the Senate bills that have been assigned to this committee will be headed to the floor already. So fantastic work. I don't expect the other 2/3 will be quite as smooth.
These are the cream puffs.
Yes. So thank you all. I'll see you. We see each other again next Wednesday. We have more hearings that are scheduled, and it should be another solid day. So I'll see you all. Have a good week.